Stand and join us for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Diane, can you please pass the sign-in sheet? Thank you. Joe Blocker, would you care to speak?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I just got a quick question, kind of. Somebody showed me a social media post the other day by one of the Democratic trustee candidates that said congratulating the Democratic trustees for working with the DEC to open Georgica Pond. And so I went down to the pond the next day to check it out, and I looked, and they like right up into the parking lot of Montauk Highway. So my question is, did you guys catch the guys who put the water back in?
I'm sorry.
Joey, the story refers, we opened it to crabbing.
Oh, okay, it's not the way it read.
Yeah, it was,
I'm just asking.
yeah, no. But
Okay, thank you very much.
Bruce Horwath?
Good afternoon, evening. I'm here to talk about two different things. The first has to do with the Pond Acquisition Corporation, the Perlman property, and wanted to talk about that. You can tell me which order you want them in. The other was to give you an update on Georgica Cove excavation.
It doesn't matter, whichever, if you want to do Perlman.
Yeah, that'd be fine. Well, the way that the way it stood as of a couple weeks ago, the three of the trustees came out and took a look at the property. The permit had expired at the end of, I believe it was around July 10th or so, is that?
The 11th.
11th. And of course, the work is planned for several years, and so the question was what to do in terms of, either applying at that point in time or extending it. There had been some misunderstanding about that in the sense that I'd come to the trustees at your request, Rick, at the end of, or sometime during the fall, and we had a couple of meetings that talked about the renewals of those, to give an update on those properties, meaning not just the Perlman, but about another dozen around Georgica Pond, and then also to do that through an annual report, talk about the status of those. And I thought at that point we were talking about the renewals for the next season, because the report was supposed to be the condition for the approval. So at any rate, I apologize for those not having been either renewed or a new permit submitted, but that was my understanding at the time. So anyway, when we went and looked at the property, we talked about that. We also talked about the fact, I think maybe more importantly, the fact that the buffer had not been installed. And so I reached out to the clients, and they followed through on what I had proposed, which is that we take the areas where the pond is high and where it's already overflowing, that is not touched during the period that the land is flooded, and so that just becomes the start of a naturalization. But that the actual planting, heavier planting that was talked about, be done in the fall. And so here's a letter from them committing to that. And then the question about the property, assuming that this is acceptable, the question would be whether or not, what's the best form to allow the work to continue there in a timely fashion. The Phragmites really should have been cut even earlier, but they waited because the pond level was high. But it'd be best not to wait until the fall to do the next cut. You sort of lose whatever gains you had made, excuse me, by the original first half season of cutting. So would it be better to go at this point just for new applications, or is it possible to do some sort of continuation or modification? And that's something that you said you were talking about with the group.
Well, if I can bring the rest of the board here up to speed. Rick, myself, and Brian went to this property a week and a half ago and looked at it. And unfortunately, they've had a permit. They had a permit for a year, which expired July 11th, to cut Phragmites along the shore. They did get a cut-in last year, correct?
Yeah, we didn't get the, just to clarify one other part, what you're saying is true. We didn't get the permit, though, from the other two regulatory agencies until late in the season. So the
Yep.
first cut was, I think, in August, and I think they went back in possibly in October, at least for a section of it.
All right, so what's happened is, with the high water in the pond this year, you go back there, essentially it looks exactly the same as it did when we first visited the property before the permits were issued. Now, what the applicant asked is if there was some way for these permits to sort of term out in end of November, I think is when you were asking. And I think that makes sense. Now, the only issue that we really had if I'm getting this straight, is when we got there, we had discussed as not a condition, this was something that the applicant had offered up a year ago, was that they were gonna be doing this buffer planting, which is above a bulkhead. There's no sort of legal requirement. But I think at this point, for everybody to be sort of comfortable and clear here, is that we set some specific milestones. The first of which, I'd like to see this, I don't see how we can do an extension on a permit that's already expired, would be to issue a new permit on this property, which is for the cutting of the Phragmites. That permit is going to end. It's going to be a short-term permit. It's going to end at the end of November. The condition is going to be for the renewal of that permit for the applicant to come in with a landscape plan ahead of time that we'll approve for the areas that we originally discussed. And that the following year, November 2018, when the property comes up for renewal again, they will have to have completed that landscape plan that we'll approve. And that's what we had discussed, and if that is something that's agreeable to the applicant and their agent, I would love to be able to move this forward.
Bruce, the letter indicated you would start the buffer planting this fall planting season, is that correct?
Right. I think that, I don't know how extensively they had language in there about the pond level, and that referred to the fact that at some places you can't, when it's overflowing onto the land, you can't really even get in to do the work. So I explained that we really didn't want to make the commitment now very conditional. We wanted to limit it, it's sounding conditional. So I said, look, if it's too high to do that work, at least get the process started by not disturbing it, letting what's there naturalize and grow. So it'd be either just sort of what's there growing up and or new planting in the fall, in October, starting in October.
Well, honestly, Bruce, I don't really see how we're gonna agree to the planting, which we don't have a plan for.
Oh, you actually do, yeah, there's a plan in your files on that.
It's a little bit of kind of a vague plan. It's more a conceptual plan, as I
Okay.
recall. There's no sizes, quantities, or even realistic layouts. I think I think at this point, given the history here, the best thing moving forward is to have a real plan with quantities, with sizes, with locations that we can look at. Nobody's guessing. Nobody's assuming anything. Nothing's implied.
I'm in favor of all that, and I was glad I had the opportunity to go down to the property. The only thing is, Diane, maybe you could help me with this. I don't think do we give partial time permits? Or is it generally 1 year?
Generally, it's 1 year, yeah. But this is a little bit of extenuating circumstance. There might have been once or twice in the past where we had to modify an expiration date.
I just
For
don't want
one
it to
reason or
be,
another,
I just don't want it to be confusing.
Right.
Like, a
Or
new
precedent
board
setting.
member and.
Well, but you know what? All this is gonna be is to align this permit to where it works around a growing season. It would be more comfortable for the applicant to come in on an annual review and honestly be able to give a report on this property sort of at season's end, because they're working at a disadvantage. I mean, quite honestly, this application, or this permit terming out on July 11th was not advantageous to them getting the work done. You know, they held off on the work because they were hoping the water was gonna get lower. Instead, it got higher. There were obviously other priorities on the property, and now what they're doing is they're sitting with a property that they really would like to get in there. I think it would be nice if they could get an application to us as soon as they can. Same language as last year. The only modification I would have to that permit this time is the renewal of that permit would be contingent on us having an approved plan. And then the following season, the renewal would be contingent upon that plan having been executed. So it gives you more time to think about this and organize it. And at the same time, it sort of ensures to this board that this work's real and it's gonna get done.
One quick question. Based on the height of the pond right now and having not visited the property, is it realistic to think that there is gonna be any additional Phragmite removal between now and November? Or is it
Yes,
really a moot point?
actually, you know what's sad is they could have been cutting this Phragmites to water level all season. And, you know, this was, whoever made the decision there, you know, it's one of those things, in retrospect, this is what would have been better, but this isn't what happened. And it's kind of unfortunate at this point. But I do think it's a viable project. And a way that you can do that, even with high water, you can go in there, you can cut the Phragmites to water level. And then when the pond is let, you go in there and you whack off the stubble.
What about instead of a new permit at this point with a shorter expiration date, we simply extend approval of the existing
I don't
permit
see-
until November?
Okay, Diane, that would be wonderful. It's a question for our council. The permit's expired at this point.
When did the applicant make a request to extend the permit, or did you?
It was before it expired, if that's what you're getting at?
Yeah, it is.
The question I would ask is, do we want a new permit due to some of the specific language that is being recommended regarding the buffers?
For the spring we do, definitely.
Well, for
Well,
fall,
Yeah.
if we
Fall.
extend it,
Yeah.
if we extend it, it's got to be understood that
There's a new
there's
application.
that there's language in there, there's a new application, and with that application is a landscape plan.
So Rick, can we extend a permit and then add on additional conditions for that extension, such as what Jim just said?
Well, first of all, can you extend the permit? There's case law that says that when an applicant for a permit, obviously this is in the zoning world and not necessarily the trustees, but, you know, you can apply it to yourselves. The general rule is understood by the courts is that if the application to extend is made before the permit expires, then the agency has the power to extend it. If you want to extend it and attach conditions or modify the permit as you extend it, you're free to do that.
Okay.
So, I mean, whether you extend it or not is sort of beside the point. You want to come up with something different from what you approved before, and you have the power to do that.
So, Jim, I'll rely on you to think on that, see what you would recommend we do. In addition to that, I would just like to know that we have something legally that tells us who Emily Hatch is and that she has the right to act on behalf of the Pond Acquisition Corp. For our
What's her
file.
title on that letter?
What's the time?
What's her title?
Title.
Oh, title? No title.
Yeah, I know she,
Okay.
and I can't offer that. I know who she is and I know her capacity there, but I don't know the title, so I'll get that from her.
So it sounds like whatever we think is the best, Jim.
Did you have something to us in writing requesting an extension on this?
No. Did you say did I or do I? In fact, even up till now, there's nothing in writing. This was a response to, you know, you reaching out to us before it expired.
Yeah,
I haven't given you anything in writing.
okay, well, I think, to me, that's a moot issue then. Have you gotten another application together?
For them?
Yeah, why don't we do that? Why don't we keep this simple, guys? I'm not looking to fudge anything here. If we can get an application from you, we can approve it. Now, I don't know whether we want to vote on this tonight or wait until we actually have an application in hand. I'm comfortable voting on this, but I think it would be better if we just issue a new permit on this.
I like a new permit.
What's the, just spell out, just reiterate one more time.
Okay, all I'm looking to do, new permit expires the end of November. Language in the new permit is condition for the renewal of that permit in November 17 is going to be that we have a, let's put it, a landscape plan within 30 days of the expiration of this permit, which expires in November, that we have the opportunity to approve before it expires. We'll approve the renewal of the permit, and then the following season, that new permit is going to be conditioned that the work be executed in the 2018 season, and that's a condition of the renewal of the permit.
And can I add that all those other standard conditions of our permit that applied to the original permit, plus any secondary conditions we had, such as the annual reports, will also carry through to this new permit?
Fair enough.
going forward?
Does that work for you?
Well, I'm a little bit confused about, you were talking about a new permit that would be issued, that I would get it to you right away, it would be issued right away, it would only go through November, right?
Yes.
That's what we're talking about. I'm fine with that idea. What about in the interim, in terms of no cutting on the property?
Well, I'm thinking that we can vote on this tonight, as long as all of the, everything's signed off. As soon as that permit can be written, you'd be good to go.
Were you looking to cut prior to our next meeting?
They should have been cutting, as Jim
Yeah.
pointed out. They
No,
should have been cutting
I'd like to
earlier,
make
yeah.
this as expeditious as we can.
I'd like to see you
If a
cutting,
properly
Bruce.
executed application is received,
Yeah,
and all the language that we've discussed here tonight is part of the conditions,
I don't see,
There's not a problem.
if,
And Jim, you'll send an email, because I'm not sure about following all this.
Yeah,
If you could, can you email, when we conclude this, email what those terms are to me and copy Lori?
sure.
well, it's all three of us, so I can make sure I
Yeah,
get it into the permit.
and probably Bruce too.
All right. Well, it's simple. Condition of the renewal in November is gonna be,
But the permit, what are we doing with the permit right now? The permit?
permit's expired, there is
We're
no
issuing a
permit.
new permit,
Huh?
a new permit with specific conditions. One of, Right.
New approval is gonna submit the new application before we issue the permit?
Correct.
yes,
well,
And
the
what's the thing
approval
about
is
the
pending
November
receipt
expiration?
of the application.
They want these things to renew in November, so it's at the end of the growing season. Well, clearly, it's not that now. And if we issue a permit now, they're gonna be in the exact same boat next year. So we do an exceptional permit, short-term. They submit a landscape plan, which is a condition. If we can get that 30 days before the permit expires, we can have approved that landscape plan, and come the end of November, we just renew
For 1 year.
for 1 year that permit.
And we'll
at
have the landscape plan before we do the renewal.
We'll have the landscape plan before we renew in November, and before we renew the following November, the revegetation work will be completed.
Done. All right, Dan, does the applicant know what this revegetation plan is supposed to be?
Yeah, I know that part. I want to make sure, though, in terms of some of the pieces of it, what you actually need, though, in order to be able to act on the new application, it would be the condition language that you'll be providing to all of us. But in terms of the landscape plan itself, you don't need that
I
until.
don't need that
new
until
permit that starts
30
in
days
November.
before this
Okay,
one
that's
expires.
good,
So
yeah.
it gives you plenty of time.
Exactly, yeah, that's fine.
How
Yeah,
about if we make a motion authorizing the clerk to issue a permit upon submission of all documents?
Properly executed
Properly
application,
executed.
is what I'd say.
you guys.
Which if you can get
Permit,
that,
same as the permit that we've had in the past, but providing for this, well,
We gotta put that one provision in there, that as long as you understand, it's not gonna be renewed in November without the landscape plan.
Yeah, I mean, the condition is really a favor to us in the sense that
There's a letter.
you don't have to, when that permit expires in November, it expires regardless, it's gone.
Yeah.
The question, you're just giving us a heads up that in order to get the next round, we're gonna need
Yeah.
certain things.
Yeah, this is,
Fair enough.
and we also need the letter, some
Right.
documentation. So should, somebody want to make,
Motion. I mean, I have the conditions, but I just want you to say the exact motion so I know, because it sounds very confusing to me. It sounds more confusing than it has to be. I really think it does.
I
do.
agree with you.
Yes.
You want me to take a shot at it?
Yes, that's what we pay you
That way
for.
you'll correct me if I don't have it right. All right, so
Let
the
it rip.
motion is to extend the current permit, I don't know exactly what,
Renew the current permit.
renew,
To renew,
current permit with an
Well, I don't know how we
expiration?
can extend a permit that's expired. We don't have any written document.
okay, I
from the
thought
applicant.
he'd applied in writing, but he
No,
didn't.
if this is a renewal, then he's paying $75, not $100, right?
No, let's go for the 100.
$100.
So it's a renewal.
Probably not.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll call it a renewal.
Okay.
Go ahead, Rick.
All right, so to renew the permit that has been previously issued, but which has expired, the renewed permit will have an expiration date of November 7th. Did we pick a date?
No, the end of November.
November 30th, 2017. All terms and conditions of the permit are as they have been on the previous expired permit. The applicant is notified that further extension beyond the end of November 2017 will be conditioned upon the trustees receiving prior to, at least 30 days prior to the expiration date. Obviously, you can always fudge that, but at least 30 days prior to the expiration date, the trustees will receive a revegetation plan for how we describing the area to be revegetated.
Is that the buffer?
A landscape buffer.
Landscape buffer,
Landscape
but
buffer area?
does everyone know what that area is?
The three of us do. Yeah.
And it was generally
It'll be depicted
delineated
on the plan, obviously. It'll be
on a previous plan,
Right.
but there's no plant list
Right.
or.
So at least 30
Right,
days
you have to
prior to the,
elaborate.
well, let's put it this way, prior to November, since the permit will expire at the end of November, the applicant will submit a revegetation plan for a buffer along the shoreline. Either, obviously, we're restoring areas that are not natural now to their natural state. And that plan, the receipt of that plan is a prerequisite to any further extension of the permit that we are renewing tonight. Or that we will renew as soon as we get money.
And the notification that Emily can sign for the ponds.
Yeah, I do need to have, I mean, two levels at which I could do this. At one of us, I need the corporate documents to actually see, who's authorized. But I definitely at least need something.
Sure.
To show who she is.
Is that all right, Jim?
That's fine.
Okay, good.
All right.
And now for the other 30 permits, no, okay.
Well, we gotta take a vote on
you wanna
that.
vote on
We gotta
that?
take a vote on that. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that's the motion. Does anybody want a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So now, the other part was just an update on that ongoing saga of the proposed excavation of the bottleneck in Georgica Cove, the northeastern bottleneck. And if you remember where we left it off, we had tried reaching out, Jim, myself, and had reached out to Allied Habitat Services in Connecticut, a firm that had proposed a methodology that sounded interesting. They came down and did a site visit. I think that went pretty well also, but we've just not been able to have any additional contact with them. So we're left either, waiting for them to maybe come around with really basically no pressure to apply to them, or looking elsewhere.
Who's them?
It's Allied Habitat Services, which is one of the, as far as we knew at the time, was one of the only companies that had any experience and had the equipment to do this thing that we were proposing to do, or that had been proposed for that area, which was the idea of having a cutting head, I guess an auger cutting head on a hose that would enable to.
It was a small hydraulic dredge.
With the cutting that would be able to go through the root mass and then suction up both the root material as well as sediments and bring it up to shore and take it away from there. But the problem was that we haven't been able to work out logistics at all. So we went to, back to a company that we'd worked with who's currently providing the harvester for the work in Georgia Capon. This is Solitude Lake Management. And they can do some of the same work. They don't, they think that rather than using the idea of that hydraulic dredge with a auger cutting head, that we'd be better off doing it by using a smaller hydraulic dredge. It's powerful, but has a 4-inch hose, which normally would not work if you're bringing cut material through there. It gets clogged up too much. But they say that they can use the harvester in there to cut the Phragmites at the root, or into the sediment, into the roots, and then use a handheld suction, the hydraulic suction hose, to bring the material up to the parking lot. So, I haven't seen this in operation. I'm sure there's all sorts of, I'm here to answer questions as best I can, but basically, I think what it comes down at some point is that you have to have some sort of trust, judgment in the people that you're hiring, and obviously they don't benefit by messing up on this thing, and then also, they're sort of on the hook to make this thing happen one way or the other. And I wouldn't be surprised if we have to modify it, but hopefully what they're proposing would work. I should sort of explain that the reason that the step at this stage is that we need to get this information back to DEC, so that, and the other regulatory agencies, who had asked us not only they'd asked us a whole series of questions in terms of revision, which included getting a more comprehensive understanding of what is being proposed for Georgia Capon, what's underway. They asked us for more information about, to justify wanting to do the dredging at all, and we have that from an engineer. We have the other information from Friends of Georgia Capon and from other sources. So the remaining piece was this, the actual methodology, and DEC wanted something more surgical, which this is. I think that this is worth giving a try.
Bruce, what is the name of the company?
The one that we would probably be using, Solitude Lake Management, I believe. Is that right, Sarah? Is it Solitude Lake Management? Is that the name?
Yes.
Bruce, do you have any pictures of the modifications to the harvester that would show the new cutting head and/or dredging?
Now, the harvester right now would not have to be modified. That has a cutter head, it's like a sickle bar cutter for the weed growth. They wouldn't have to modify that.
Okay.
The difference between what Bruce is proposing and what we had spoke about with the DEC at the last meeting was that the other approach was going to be using a small hydraulic dredge, a 6-inch hydraulic dredge with a cutter head on the end of it, okay? So what it would be basically doing is masticating that root mat, and then that masticated material would go up with the slurry that's being vacuumed up. Okay, well, there's some logistical issues to that. One is anchoring off the barge that this dredge sits on so it can track properly. And I think that's how Solitude came to the conclusion that we don't need to anchor anything if we shrink the size of the dredge where 2 guys in the water can manipulate the hose. We can do this, and we'll vacuum out all of the sediment material around the root mat and then cut out sections of the root mat as they're exposed. That's my understanding of what's gonna happen.
No, that's correct. So one of the differences, to pick up on what you're saying, is that when the root is cut, it's not really being suctioned up necessarily. I guess small pieces probably are, but the rest of it is collected the way you would collect cut material anytime.
Okay. So it's a hybrid approach,
Yeah.
some mechanical.
Right.
some-
And this is a
Has
harvester.
the same end result.
And the timing would be that, the harvester has been here. This work would be done when the pond is high. Whenever that ends up being that we get the permits, it would be done when the pond is high. Very likely, the harvester would already be down here, so we're not talking about that added expense. And there would be geotubes up on the parking area, carting the material away.
Which is what we had with the other hydraulic excavator. The only big difference I saw in this thing, which I wasn't totally comfortable with, is it's depending on 2 guys in the water in wetsuits doing this. It's a little bit, you ever watch the show Gold Mining in Alaska? It's one of those guys, okay? That is the approach that we're taking here. I think it could.
I love that
the
show.
Friends of Georgia might be
Sounds
able to
more like Fear
market
Factor
this
to
as
Yeah.
a,
Ooh, like
as a reality
We have a reality
TV
show going here.
flick. You know, if you can weave in a story of a treasure somewhere in here.
Who
might
knows?
actually-
Georgia
might
Pond,
actually
there could be anything in there.
Some Ray-Bans.
But that was the only concern I had, is, you know, you got two guys in the water. The water's not very deep. You're really talking about water hip deep or so. I think as an alternative to what's been going on, personally, I think we should kind of push this thing forward and
This
see
is
where,
an
see where it
alternative
goes.
to bringing tracked equipment in too,
Well,
right?
the thing is, the reality is, the original proposal of using tracked equipment on the Let Pond, the bottom conditions in that area are pretty mucky to begin with. I honestly don't think that was ever really a viable way of excavating this. I don't think you were ever gonna get,
Yeah.
The way it would have become viable would have been using the amphibious machinery, but the point still stands that it'd be so many trips, because this is pretty small equipment with a small bucket, and it'd be probably inappropriate number, you know, probably not a manageable amount of
Multiple
traveling back and
injuries
forth.
to this. I think this is worth a try.
Yeah, but I mean, we're missing 4 people here tonight. I would like to see this new concept get written down so that we can all kind of look at it, digest it, and see if there's any new questions that come up with regard to how it's going to get implemented or whatnot before we just go for it. And
Well-
let the other guys take a look at it as well.
okay, this has been sitting out. Diane, we're not issuing a permit here by any means.
But you're moving forward to obtain one.
But yes, right now, this thing's been sitting idle for some months now, and I think.
So Bruce, you'd have to revise your language in the application that you would then resubmit?
It's a pretty thoroughly revised application. DC, you know, I don't remember, were you at that meeting with DC?
No.
They were not very supportive of our first round, so this is a pretty major revision. The methodology is just one aspect of it. So I think that in terms of what you were saying, Diane, it would make sense to get more information from them, maybe have them come down here, but it's not really a question of whether or not, I didn't come here with the expectation that trustees would be approving anything per se. I thought I was just sort of informing you about it. I thought the approval was already there and that we had to work out the kinks of how it's going to happen, which we're still working on.
Yeah, I think some of the board feels that way.
Well, why don't we do this?
Not all of us.
Why don't we do this? I think it would be nice if we had something that was just a little bit more clear, because let's face it, we've had a couple of emails that went back and forth. I get it. But maybe if Solitude could put together
Yeah,
their
well,
package, you're gonna have to do this with the
Sure,
DEC anyway. And if we could get that distributed to the board members, we can vote on this at the next
And I
meeting.
think they also have a video that shows the,
Yeah,
at
do they
least
have-
the harvester in
Do
operation.
they have any promotional materials for this?
They do,
So we should
right.
get us those.
It's not gonna hold you up, is it?
It isn't, no, I'm going to be.
Okay,
no,
good.
It's not going to hold anything up.
All right, I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, I'll come back in 2 weeks' time, or whenever the next meeting is, and do a presentation on that.
Thanks.
Sure,
right.
thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Bruce.
Bruce. Okay, Simon Kinsella, Wayne Scott Pond.
I assure you, I'm not going to talk about Phragmites. Mr. Chairman, trustees, I wrote a letter in today and emailed that to Laurie. I hope you all received that. Before I say anything, I'd like to thank the town trustees for all their support. This effort really started back in April last year, April 25th. There are 2 ponds in Wainscott. Wainscott Pond is often the forgotten pond, but it is there. And part of the problem with Wainscott Pond is that we don't really know much about it. We don't know what's happening on the bottom, the sediments, the wildlife. You kindly funded Dr. Gobler to do some preliminary research in the summer of 2016 that told us that there could be a problem in the pond, but it was largely inconclusive. So the community around Wainscott Pond has got together. We had a meeting on July 18th at one of the residences on the pond. Jim Grimes was there. and Bill was there, so thank you both for taking the
It was a
time.
good program.
Yeah, I thought it was a good day. And by the way, I would like to follow up with you about what you said about the grasses and things like that, and get some information out on that front. But before we go ahead, obviously Wainscott Pond is under your remit. So I'm here to seek permission to do the research plan and go ahead with that. We hope to go ahead with it, providing everything goes well, in about 8 days' time on August 1st with the project plan. Would you like to ask any questions about the plan?
Just if you could, on, like, kind of broad strokes, give an outline of what you say is the plan. What are you gonna start on August 1st?
That's really up to Dr. Gobler. I've yet to sit down with him and to prioritise. And the plan was broken down into more detailed line items, but I didn't provide that at the conversation, mainly because I think we're probably going to change it because I want to start in August, and there are certain things that I'd like to do sooner than that had detailed. So the plan in principle has not changed. It's the ordering of the plan. Sampling will continue. I want to find out how many sampling points in the pond they have. I think that was one of the problems with the 2016 plan. We started off, I was taking the samples in the beginning, and I took them from the north and the south. Then it became only the south, and there are issues with that. So there are details that I have yet to go through with Dr. Gobler and prioritise. I can provide those with you.
Basically, the plan is to collect information about the pond.
Exactly. It's actually
And there's
not
no
to commence any
remediation or anything
Exactly. It's
to be discussed yet, so.
yeah.
We're basically going to do what we did in Georgia Pond. Gather as much information as you can.
Yes, and then we're
And
going
then
to provide
make
the
an
models.
assessment.
I think one of the biggest questions is, the extent of the nitrogen in the system and phosphorus. More importantly, from where is it coming? Is it farms? Is it cesspool systems? Who knows? We don't know, and we don't want to guess either.
Are you gonna be doing any sampling of sediments? Are you gonna be operating any watercraft in the pond?
Definitely going to be taking samples of sediments at different points, and I would like to do that sooner. That's one of the things I want to bring to the front. So that will probably necessitate a dinghy, a flat-bottomed dinghy. Nothing more than that.
I had a quick question. The dollar amount associated with the testing from Dr. Gobler, is that part of the agreement we have with him now? That $49,000, kind of like a town-wide, all the various bodies?
I don't think this additional testing wasn't part of his original scope.
This is all additional.
Yeah.
This is a new.
I'm all for it, but who's paying for it?
We are.
Okay, thank you. No, that's great.
The budget is $179,000 to start.
Simon was successful in
No, that's great,
in
yeah.
raising 250.
That was for something different.
Oh, that wasn't for that?
No, that was a contribution to purchase
That was
the lot that the proposed,
Oh, shit, man, I thought you guys were raising money, I thought you guys were raising money for the pond there.
We've done the
it
pond
was for
thing.
the, it was basically to.
We've done the pond thing as well, so.
That was to
We're very
remove a potential source of pollution in the watershed.
Oh,
Yeah, that was the
I
car
apologize,
wash
I was
site. yeah.
confused.
Well, I don't have a problem. It's the first time we're hearing about it, myself anyway. I don't have a problem with the concept of it, but I really think you're a little, we really do need to define the program a little bit better for the trustees' approval. Conceptually, we agree, but, you're gonna put a boat in the water, you're gonna take samples. I mean, there's certain criteria, laws, things that might need to be put in place before you just
Well-
willy-nilly say, yep, that's good, go for it.
Diane, if they're putting a boat in the water and it's not a motorized craft, it's It's-
Right, but do we know that's what they're gonna do?
Okay, but I think.
We
they
don't.
could- I think they.
It's not going to be a
know?
motorised craft.
No,
Yeah.
you know, as,
You could say anything you want right now, but if
Right.
it's not part of a written plan,
it benefits
there's no,
the applicant as well
guarantee.
as us.
yeah, it
That
does.
when we cross our Ts and dot our Is, because, you know, we've had the experience in the past, we could say, hey, don't forget, or you may want to try this, so it's not brought up as a deterrent to the process.
Yeah,
But
remember that
more information, the better.
yeah,
been our
it's very
experience.
similar to what they're doing in Georgia Pond.
Right.
We're going to have the buoy with the online information, etc. And it's the same person running it. So I imagine that there's nothing that we're going to do in Wainscott Pond that hasn't already been done in Georgia Pond, except at a lower level. So we're not going to have a harvester, we're not going to have motorised equipment, we don't have huge Phragmites issues. It is just research and mainly modelling the environment. And you'll also notice on the plan it includes taking stock of the wildlife and the plant species and things like that as well. So we can get an understanding, which we don't have at the moment.
It's nice when you get a narrative of the whole project.
Well, that's what is...
Right, with the application
We
that at some point you would submit to us,
What is the...
a permit application to do the work.
right, okay.
Yeah,
I
and I'm just-
haven't seen the permit application yet.
Okay.
This is the first I'm being told of it. I
Probably
mean, this
the
all
general
started a
permit.
year ago, so it's not something that's new to the trustees.
No, I realize that.
And the trustees have been very kind and supportive and been doing a lot of this anyway. So it's not as if we're doing anything new on Wainscott Pond that the trustees haven't already been doing.
What's that?
He hasn't been required to put in an application. He
Dr.
hasn't-
Gobler.
Yeah.
Right, well, Dr. Gobler's work is separate, we have a contract with him.
But this
he
is
has
just
been
more
work
in...
on the pond for the
Friends of
Friends of
Georgia.
Georgia as
Do we
well.
have, do we have an agreement with the Friends of Georgia with regard to what they're doing in there? I thought we did.
I don't know if we have a specific permit with the Friends of Georgia.
Not an umbrella agreement, but an agreement for specific projects.
At the very least, yes, thank you. You know, that it's important that we be abreast to everything that's going on so that we may be helpful and everybody's on the same page. That's all.
Are we okay to start
yeah.
research on August 1st? Because everything's ready to go.
Okay.
We could possibly do it, you know, subject to a permit being, an application being submitted and approved. I'm not sure if we could
We're
go
not
that.
gonna have a meeting between now and August 1st.
Right.
Is it possible to have the approval only insofar as what Dr. Gobler has been currently doing in Wainscott Pond,
Yeah, I
but
mean,
just more of
Diane,
it?
I anticipate Dr. Gobler's going to continue to do work for the trustees as part of what he's doing already. So there's no problem with him continuing that.
Okay, but
Yeah.
he can do more, a more extensive version of it. For example, if he was
I
taking
don't know.
one sample, can he now take two samples?
Well, Simon, to that point, is there a way for you to articulate what work would take place between August 1st and our next meeting? Is it just going to be to put in a telemetry buoy? Is it
Well,
going to be?
we would like to put in a telemetry buoy. We would like to start sampling, obviously more extensive sampling around the pond to get average concentrations, etc., which has never been done before. We would like to take the sediment samples and things like that, start looking at the flow of water, the hydrology. So nothing, I mean, there's nothing
I'm fine
intensive
with
that we're
that,
talking
sure.
about.
That's fine.
What's required to test the hydrology? How do you test, how do you test
Well, you-
hydrology in the pond?
Well, we're not
do you need?
testing the hydrology, we're
Well,
observing the
you're observing it.
hydrology.
What do you do?
We're
Okay,
not
I'm
we're-
scientist.
If you want to examine the hydrology more thoroughly, which we're not doing just yet, you have to drill, but we're not going to drill or
Test
anything.
well.
So it's just by observation.
You're gonna visually look and see what the water level is.
Exactly. I mean, and there already are.
Diane, this is pretty minimally invasive.
I
think it's-
agree,
I think
I
it's
agree,
consistent
but
with
it's-
what's going on, and I really would hate to discourage this.
Oh, and we're
wanna
not, but you know what,
discourage
it's unfolding. And I
Yeah.
think it's a real good dialogue, and
Yeah.
I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
If you get into a planting buffer type thing at a later point, obviously, we'd want to weigh in on that and make sure that all the plants are indigenous to the area, like bayberries, et cetera.
Yeah, but
That's
guys,
next.
he's here.
Yeah, I know.
He's here
I
tonight
realize that.
asking to just increase
What he's already doing.
the scope in terms of the number of water samples that
Fine.
Dr. Gobler is taking right now. Is
Yeah,
that
exactly.
clear?
But he will be putting in another telemetry.
Yeah,
That's,
Well, it's just like a buoy that floats on
yeah.
the water. It's not invasive at all.
but it's not, I don't know that
I know
it's
you
an
guys just don't
invasive.
understand where I'm coming from, and I can't.
No, Diane, I do, but I'm just,
No, I
what I'm
do
trying
in
to do
this
is I'm
one.
trying to.
You've been at the meeting, Jim. You're much more familiar with the
No,
processes
I'm
and
the
whatnot than I
knucklehead that
am
was
right now.
confused. I thought he had raised more money than he needed. He was raising money for a completely different thing.
had
So
raised
don't
more money
depend
than I
on me.
needed.
he's
Brian,
asking to
what
do,
can-
he's
what can
asking
I,
to do exactly the same thing we're doing
That's
in
fine.
every other
I
pond.
know, but nobody can specifically
Okay,
read or
let-
articulate
let-
exactly what we're
let-
gonna exactly do.
Well, let me try and
Trustees are
do
Come
gonna
on,
wind
let's
up
get
with
it.
way more information at no more cost.
Let me try and articulate an opportunity here. Simon, maybe we could start with some baby steps going forward, where we could articulate 3 or 4 things that helps Dr. Gobler get started. And as a condition to that, you would submit a more comprehensive application with a more clearly defined scope of work for the project going forward beyond the initial effort.
Of course, we would be happy to do that.
So I've heard you indicate that you'd like to install a telemetry buoy.
Yes.
And that would take place on or about August 1st, or shortly thereafter.
Yes.
That you would like to take more manual water samples around the perimeter of the pond from different access points.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
That
And
you'd
also
like to
the- And
do,
also the middle of the pond.
and that you'd like to take some bottom soil core samples.
Yeah.
Using
that done?
using, well, let's delineate that, using a non-motorized craft and a manual core sampling tool.
Exactly.
Yeah, and all that is you ever planted bulbs with like a bulb planter? It's more or less a piece of pipe. That's all they're doing. They drop a piece of pipe down, they collect whatever, a tube of sediment that they can then comb through and analyze. It's very minimally invasive.
And these are all going to Dr. Goldberg at the Stony Brook University?
Yes.
Okay.
And then the 4th item was to do a non-invasive study of the pond's hydrology.
Yes.
So would it be fair to say that that would be the initial scope of work, that would be conditioned with you submitting a more comprehensive scope of work and an application for a permit before our next meeting?
Yes, the only things I'd like to add would be observation of the wildlife.
You don't need a
Plant
permit,
species.
you don't need a permit for that.
Well, I didn't realise I
Okay.
needed a permit for a lot of these.
You
So
know,
I'm asking.
I think the observation thing, I don't think we can regulate that.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can look at whatever you want to look at. And count them.
Is that something that,
I think,
Is that okay?
That's fine, yeah.
Could we just get some logistical information on where the buoy's gonna be located in regard to where Dr. Goldberg's is? Or is it the same one we're using, or?
No, you have to have a separate buoy, it's a new buoy. The exact location we haven't decided yet because that depends on a lot of the analysis that we do in the beginning.
so that might be
I mean,
subject
it might
to,
be-
So then
might
that's not gonna
probably
be done
going to
by
be-
August 1st.
what would start August, the work starts August 1st.
It depends how quickly we can do things and analyse things.
So the buoy may not go in before the next meeting.
Right,
But it
okay.
could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Thank you for all the work you're doing,
Is
and
there,
we appreciate
so
it.
what are we doing, what are we doing
Yeah.
here? I'd like to put a motion up that we approve the additional testing as a prerequisite to them developing a larger research plan. Because I understand this. What are they gonna do? He's not quite sure what they're gonna do, and you're not gonna be sure until you've done some initial testing.
Exactly.
If
It's gotta be-
we don't, you know,
There's got to be built-in flexibility.
Yeah,
If you find certain things, you might want to go down
And
one
Jim,
road.
I would ask that this become part of the record as well, you know, so that we can reflect on it,
okay,
all right, in perhaps years past and
but, you know,
yeah, I'd like to see
start. It's helpful.
get started as soon as possible.
Yeah, I mean, we want to, it's important to get, hit the summer. That's what we're aiming for. If you
And
miss
you'll
the
have you'll have
August
a
season.
more detailed plan ready for us at our first meeting in August.
I could have it ready in a week for you. But I will, yes.
Yeah.
Was there a second?
So we have a motion on the floor.
I'll second it if it's.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
I'm going to say no at this point, only because, in my experience, no matter how benign a particular project may seem the very first time you're looking at it, and this is new business to me tonight, I have found that with a little time to think about it, you come up with some questions or concerns that make the whole project in the end more beneficial. So while I'm going to say no for tonight, I certainly do support the project, and I look forward to what you bring to us in 2 weeks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Simon. Okay, so we have new business, Acabonic. We have the application of Clearwater Beach Property Owners Association bulkhead replacement. Has anyone had a chance to look
No,
at that?
I've looked at the application briefly. I don't foresee that there's going to be any major problem with it, but I would like an opportunity to more thoroughly review the application prior to making a recommendation.
Okay, so would you like to table this for our next meeting?
Please.
Rick, we have somebody that wants to speak.
Oh,
and
I'm
that's-
sorry.
yeah.
Oh, sure. If you just want to sign in, you can approach the podium. So we'll table the Clearwater Beach application until the next meeting. Thank you. Thank you very much. If you just take the podium and introduce yourself, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Rod Richardson. I've been a resident out here in East Hampton all my life, but this is my first time addressing the trustees. What I wanted to bring up was, I was aware that the trustees defend the public access to the beaches out here, and I've noticed over time a number of encroachments that seem to be ongoing and multiplying. And I'm wondering what actions the trustees are contemplating about a number of these, and whether you're actually ever thought about doing a comprehensive review of the different encroachments that are going on. I have in mind, just tonight, there are more than these two, but I know of a couple of instances where it's very troubling to me what's going on. And they're not all private encroachments. Some of them seem to be coming from government agencies. First encroachment that I have in mind is, the Keck Path. Are you familiar with the Keck Path? Down at Georgia Pond, there's a path that was an easement created by the Keck family, that it's the end of West End Road. They're cousins of mine, so I'm familiar with it and have used it over many years. When they made that easement, there were 3 parking spaces on the side of the road there, and you could go down and park and
there's none now.
there's no parking spaces. But that easement was made with a condition that public access be maintained, between Georgia Pond and the ocean. That's a very interesting little point of access right there. It seems to me that the private property owners seem to have put boulders down to block people from parking. I'm wondering, number one, if that constitutes an infringement on the duty and the easement to provide public access, whether the trustees have an interest in maintaining that, and whether, there's some solution to the problem, either to remove the boulders or to take some of the property that belongs to the Keck easement in the, 15 to 20 yard corridor that is the Keck path, and just put in some parking spaces right there in the actual Keck path easement, so that people can come down and use that as they used to be able to do and should be able to do.
Now, the path is pretty grown over as well, isn't it?
The path is fine.
Is it?
I go down there every year, and just because, they're distant cousins of mine, I go there with a machete every now and then and make sure it stays open and it's clear.
It is
but-
open, I've walked it myself recently. I didn't realize that it went all the way to the pond. I thought it was from the road.
No, it does.
Southbound to the ocean.
It crosses the road, and there's another part of the path that goes to the pond. That's what's remarkable about the Keck path. It connects, it's an access point that connects both. I would encourage the trustees to look into that issue of what's happened there, and either ask the property owners to restore the parking spaces to their original condition, or else exercise whatever authority you have to put in parking spaces on the Keck Path property.
And this is definitely an issue that we would discuss with East Hampton Village. I mean, I vaguely remember the parking spaces, and I know there's some history to that particular access, but I can't recall all the details, but the village would know.
The village is the landowner.
Right.
Well, I think part of if that's the case, that the village owns the land, then, they do have part of that easement was given with the expectation that public access would be maintained. If you're not providing any parking spaces down there for people to come, visit,
I remember the issue coming up years ago, and
Yeah.
it being an issue with the village.
Right. Well, personally, I look to you guys to
Did
be
you
the
say that?
the defenders of these public rights.
Do you know, who was the easement given to?
Well, I don't think it's an easement. I think it's an actual, the village owns a strip of land that runs from the ocean to
Yeah,
the pond.
that is what it is. The village
the
owns,
owner.
the village owns the land, and they don't want to open it up.
Right, well, and for a while it was open, and of course, the end of a private, otherwise private road, West End Road. So people began to use it, and needless to say, the immediate adjoining landowners began to object to that. And I don't remember I don't remember exactly how long ago this was. It was probably, a decade or so, maybe?
Probably more.
Maybe
Yeah.
more than
It was
more
about
than
20 years ago.
And bottom line is, the village trustees at the time just said, we're gonna shut it down. In other words, it's village property, so they can't prevent a village resident from going there, but they basically closed all the parking. And I also don't know to what extent it would have been available to non-village residents. Obviously, it's village land, so village residents could go there. It's kind of a moot point now, because there's no place to park. They eliminated the parking, the village trustees did.
So you can like ride your bike down there, or walk, or...
Yeah, I suppose, yeah. From a village resident, I could say I'm going down West End Road to the village property, and once you're there, you can turn left or right and go to the pond or the ocean. But the trustees were not directly involved in it. It was a dedication to the village of East Hampton, and the village board closed it down, basically closed it down.
So,
Well, so are you saying that you don't have any interest in
No, not-
looking at it? I mean, you do have an interest in preserving access to the beaches and the ponds, and this is an access to the beach and the ponds.
Well, I think we certainly can look into it with the village and see if we can
They're always
get
looking into it with the
Right.
village.
Yeah.
I have a feeling they're gonna be reticent to reopen that.
Right. The other, another thing that concerns me is, for many years I've kayaked and paddled around Napeague Harbor, and at one point you could land on Hicks Island and walk around it and do anything you wanted to. A few years ago, signs went up saying that you couldn't land your boat on there. Now, as far as my reading of the law, the public has a right to use the shoreline, to land boats, to walk around the shoreline. It's a public right, and that, agencies should only intrude on that right as much as they need to accomplish a public good. Now, the only interest there is the birds. Now, there are no birds that nest in the intertidal zone. And that's because if they did, they'd all be extinct, right? They nest above the high tide line. So to prohibit people from landing a kayak, on the shore of Hicks Island seems to me to be a step too far. You should be able to walk around the intertidal zone. So it seems to me that the folks I'm not sure which agency put up that sign that says no landing.
The state of New York. State parks.
Yeah, but I think it might be a step too far. And to say to them, look, you can't restrict the East Hamptoners' right to use this, to enjoy the shoreline that we've traditionally enjoyed. If you want to say you can't go up into the dune grass and disturb the birds and have a sign that says that, fine. But saying we're going to, ticket you and intimidate you from using your public rights, I think is a step too far. So I wanted to point that out to the trustees as another encroachment on the rights of the people to use the shoreline.
Can I ask you a question? Do you happen to have a picture of the wording of the sign? Was it specifically about, endangered species, or was it more of just a general no landing sign?
It is I don't have a picture of that sign.
Access, I've never seen it either, but I understand it.
I've seen wording.
Phrasely says you can't come here. No access.
That's New York State.
I'll go ahead and take a look at it.
That's New York State property, right?
Right.
Well, they claim it.
Exactly, state property.
Right, but it doesn't, the fact that it's New York State property doesn't mean that the people don't have a right to
No,
use
you
the
should
shoreline.
have the right to go between low water and high water.
Also there's the issue of.
I think the East Hampton Town Code allows people the right to draw a small boat up on a beach.
Exactly,
Yeah.
right.
So,
So,
remember, state parks, the state would say then, hey, it's our beach, it's our property.
And if there is a plover nest, they're running those fences right down into the water. So they are prohibiting access along shoreline when it's a bird. Yeah.
Was there fencing up in the location that you were trying to land on?
I'm not sure what the situation is with the fencing, but it may be. But, the point is that, even if there are plover nests up in the dune grass,
Right.
that doesn't mean people should be prohibited from using the shoreline.
Exactly.
There are no plover nests on the shoreline. There's no plover nests in the intertidal zone, which is the area that people should be able to use.
But they do consider anything that would harass, harm, blah, 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 endanger the bird, and they might think that by you landing your boat and walking there, that it's detrimental to the bird.
Let me ask a question, because again, I'm aware of these signs, but I haven't been there. Are they even seasonal? In other words, is this like, you read the sign, on the face of it, is it just year-round?
Yeah, it is a year-round sign.
So it's not about protecting plovers.
Right, it's, no,
Or if it is, it's certainly.
It seems to me to be an
Overkill?
example of a government agency overreach,
Overreach.
which, I request that the trustees go in there and do what they can to correct the situation, take down the signs, put up your own signs, talk to the agency, say.
I think we should start with a conversation perhaps with the agency. Is that the same group that would manage downs and
Yeah.
other state parks in the Montauk area?
They consider it part of the Hill State Park.
The other thing I wanted to mention is, you guys, you actually have the control over the bottomlands of Gardiner's Bay, do you not? And the,
Yeah.
Our Gardiner's Bay.
not Gardiner's Bay?
Yeah.
What about the, Cartwright Island?
Yeah.
Cartwright Island would be probably a part of, it's either part of Gardiner's Island, which makes it private, and I'm not sure about that.
It's state waters.
Or it would be part of the state bottomland where you've got
Yeah.
sandbar that just occasionally comes above the water. But the bottom of the Gardiner's Bay is state, that's all considered state land.
Well, if Cartwright Island can be shown to be an independent island, and it's in the town of East Hampton, isn't that your beach?
No, because if it was part of Gardiner's
No,
Island,
Actually,
No,
I
if
think,
it's
it would be private.
Not
I
part of
think
it.
they pay tax on it.
Yeah.
It's part
Yeah, we
of
have to
the
check the
tax
tax
map
map.
of Gardiner's Island, so.
Well, there's a detached, this is there, I don't even know what's above water right now.
It is, it's
Detached
substantial
southern
right now.
portion called Cartwright Island or Ram Island, which goes above and below high water mark. I don't know, in the old days, there was a long Barrier Beach, Cartwright Shoal or Cartwright Island was really kind of an extension of Gardener's Island. And when you have a portion that now gets detached and goes above and below water, who owns it? I mean, it's either owned by the gardeners, or more likely, in my opinion, it's owned by the state. But it would not have been owned by the trustees, because the trustees had nothing to do with either Gardener's Island or the open waters of the bay.
So it's not part of the original Donegan patent?
No.
No, it definitely is not, because the Donegan patent bounded on the northerly side by the bay, or, that's why in Northwest Harbor, it's less clear because you're inside Cedar Point, and the question is that the north side? But outside Cedar Point, from Cedar Point to Montauk, the Donegan patent is clear. The northern boundary of the town, the northern boundary of the patent grant is the shoreline, fronting on either Gardiner's Bay or Block Island Sound.
So, the old charts going back to the 18th century and 19th century and even 17th century show Ram Island as a separate island. When did it become property of Gardiner's Island?
I've looked at the old nautical trucks too, and it's connected sometimes, it disappears sometimes. Certainly if it's connected to the island, whatever's connected to the island, what I'd call Cartwright Shoal, even though it's actually above water, is clearly part of Gardiner's Island. If you've got a detached island, it may not be gardenered land, but then it would be, sort of a, if somehow a sandbar arises through tidal currents in the middle of Gardiner's Bay somehow.
Right.
Since the bay itself is owned by the state, anything that comes above high water would also belong to the state.
Okay, all right.
I'm just trying to see what the current, I'm looking at the county GIS, I want to see what they show out there right now.
Would the ordinary right of the people to access to the shoreline apply, though?
Well, remember something, that when you were in New York, the upland owner owns to mean high water. Below mean high water is owned by whoever owns the bottomland. In Gardiner's Bay, the owner of the bottomland is the state of New York. So if I have private land, if I'm going, let's say I'm on the Gardiner's Bay beach, and let's, just to keep things simple, let's pretend the trustees don't claim a particular section of beach. Let's take Montauk, for example. You're on the north side of Montauk, and you're on, in front of some private property, but you're on the beach. The private property owner would own to the mean high water line. Below the mean high water line, certainly the public would have the right to go there because it's owned by the state of New York.
Right.
So if you're below mean high water, however mean high water is defined, you're clearly on public land everywhere, unless it's an interior part of the town, like, parts of Lake Montauk or something like that.
Okay.
So the public, remember, the public we think of the public having that right to be on the littoral area because that littoral zone is owned by the state.
Okay. So
Now,
Cartwright.
you got the state, and that's kind of the issue with Hicks Island is, the problem is with the state. It's the state that's purporting to forbid access to Hicks Island.
Right.
Yeah, and it's the village that's blocking access to Georgia.
Right. Right. So in other words, both both examples of perhaps government overreach to extent. Well, anyway, thank you for looking into those, and I hope you guys I'm sure these are not the only examples that are going on, and I hope you guys at some point take a comprehensive inventory of these kinds of issues that are going on, and, we rely on you to protect our rights.
Randy,
Thank you.
Are you Randy's son?
Yes, I am.
Okay. You
Yeah.
look like your dad.
How did you know?
Because you look like your dad.
Oh, yeah, no, how do you, but how do you know him?
I knew your dad.
Oh, great, okay, good, well, good, thank you.
Thank you for speaking.
Thank you.
Okay, back to Acabonic new business. Maslin, request for extension to sand placement permit.
This one also, I have not had an opportunity, I haven't seen it at all. It's the first time seeing it, so I'd recommend we table it so I have an opportunity to review it.
Okay. The only thing we should consider is the permit will expire tomorrow.
Okay.
So how can we address
I
that?
think because, like Rick said earlier, because they have made the request prior to expiration, we
Okay.
can extend it at the next meeting.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
So we'll table this for the next meeting. Okay, moving on, beaches, we have ZBA hearing regarding application of Gavalis at 43 Marine Boulevard.
Yeah, I stopped in, I looked at the property, I also looked at the file for the ZBA. Now, the hearing on this is tomorrow night. It requires a bunch of little setback variances, all of which are either side yard or front yard being the road. Nothing towards the water, it's pretty much out of our reach.
Okay. So it's something, Jim, you don't feel we should weigh in on at
I
this
don't
time?
think I don't think there's anything for us to weigh in on here, because none of the work is gonna impact the dune or the beach.
Okay.
Which one was that, by the way?
That's Gavalis. And then Paler
Paler?
is a similar situation. I stopped in, I actually walked the property today. That plan calls for the demolition of the house, replacement of the house. Again, the proposed structure is back well behind the coastal erosion hazard line and behind where the present structure lies. So again, there is no impact to the dune or the beach.
Yeah, I like this application because even though they need their natural resources special permit, there are no variances required to do this
Yeah.
knock down and rebuild, which is great.
Yeah. And then
Okay.
the last one was 199 Lily Pond Lane, which if you guys want to look at, it was quite of an extensive bit of documentation with the application. Diane and I visited this property a week or so ago. There is an existing rock revetment on the property that was rebuilt, I think, in 1999.
I saw this.
And basically, there's some extensive renovations going on in the house. They're looking to rebuild this rock revetment in place in kind. The applications show that they're not moving the revetment seaward at all. It's going back in exactly the same place. When we discussed it, the only thing that was sort of absent on their plan, which we asked them to put back in, is there was no proposal related to replacing. They've got an existing boardwalk access, legal boardwalk access to the beach, and there's no way they're gonna be able to redo this rock revetment and leave that in place. And it's a CCA structure. We asked them to please show it being replaced and being compliant with respect to untreated woods.
The other thing, Jim, is we do require a maintenance agreement on these revetments.
Yeah,
if I'm
and
not
they
mistaken.
have that in their proposal.
Oh,
If you
good.
look- If you look at their proposal.
Okay.
That is part of it.
Because I know there are people out there who have neglected that, and they look pretty bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
This one, I don't think they have either DEC or village permits yet on this, so we've got a little time.
Okay, so do you want to table this for our next
I'd
meeting?
like to table this because I don't think they're really looking for a vote from us until they get their DEC permits, but
And at that time, you'll have the plans for the wall plan and everything.
exactly. And that's what, really, there's no point in discussing this until we have all the other.
Okay, great. Moving to Georgia Pond, Village ZBA hearing regarding H&S Lippman at 112 Georgia Close Road.
Okay, this is one we actually approved a month or so ago. They already have the trustee permit on this, and this was, I may go to this hearing only because this guy has been such a good steward of his buffer. Brian and I visited this property, and typically we go to these properties and there's some sort of an impingement into the buffer, okay, that somebody's kind of halfway apologizing. This guy has gone to great lengths to keep the invasives out, not plant the area, not move his lawn into the area. I hope the village doesn't give him a hard time. because his whole buffer is completely intact, it hasn't been messed with.
Sounds like a good project.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll look forward to an update on that, perhaps after the hearing. Okay, 3 Mile Harbor, ZBA hearing, application of Adam Wade Potter, revocable trust, 155 3 Mile Harbor Road. Has anyone had a chance to look at that one? Harbor,
Who's that
Yeah.
committee? Tim?
that's Tim, Brian, Bill. Tuesday, August 1st. Does anyone perhaps have the time to take a look at that?
And what
see-
is it in reference to?
Let's see. 3 Mile Harbor Road.
I mean, I can go up there tomorrow, if you just give me that.
Sure. They're looking to remove the existing residence and associated structures and to construct a 3,041 square foot residence, 1,100 square feet of covered and screened porches, own patio, roof deck, new sanitary system. Says it's within jurisdiction and setbacks of bluffs and tidal wetlands.
You know, having read that, I wouldn't even waste my time. I mean, you know, as the adjacent property owner,
Yep, yep.
you know, they're probably well up above the bluff. They're meeting the town's
Yeah.
requirements.
Guys, I don't know whether anybody's noticed or
saying?
picked up on
Yeah.
Kind
it.
of silly.
Suddenly, we
Right.
are
Just glad we're
getting,
getting noticed.
Oh,
We are-
absolutely. Keep the notices coming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every now and then they do apply, but
no, but can I tell you what I think is very nice here, and I don't know whether anybody's picked up on this. Not only are we getting the ZBA notices now, which a lot of times in the past, we would get them after the fact. We're getting the ZBA notice with the EAF, okay, which has all the information on it, and I think the person we have to thank there is Denise Savarese,
Denise?
is making sure we're getting copies of this stuff. And I gotta tell you, it saves me an awful lot of time.
Yeah, Denise is doing this, she's.
No, this is great.
Yeah.
This is, and it's very recent that this is happening.
Yeah,
I
no,
know, she's sending us things, I think, as, in Montauk, that, you know, or maybe it's a continuation.
It's just a hearing night. You may have
Oh,
something.
okay, okay.
Other items
sometimes
listed.
it's 2 or 3 things on the same
Right,
page.
and there's no question, it's very, very helpful.
Yeah.
But in a case like this, I mean, you know, I'm gonna defer to the planning department, the, you know, various agencies, okay.
All right. Thank you, Brian. JPR Partners at 267 3 Mile Harbor Road, inspection for CO.
Okay.
Have you had a chance to look at that?
Yeah, I did. We did receive the as-built survey for 267 Bluff Road. The application is the...
Actually, this is on 3 Mile Harbor Road.
I'm sorry, I read our address. I'm glad
The same street number.
nobody was paying attention. You know, and I practiced this too, thank you, Jim. 10 3 Mile Harbor Drive, so,
No, JPR is 267 3 Mile Harbor Road.
where am I? Thank you, I got it. All right. So I have the survey, the as-built survey, and I went up there the other day and compared the two, and it appears to be in order. So having said that, you know, conditions are met, I would ask that we close out the permit.
Now, that was for redoing a bulkhead and a deck replacement, wasn't it?
Yeah, bulkhead repair. There's a floating dock.
But there was also a deck by the water.
Yes,
there as well.
there is a deck there. Yeah. Hold on one second, I have some pictures.
Are you sure it's not the ND Hamptons? It's not the ND
No, it says JPR Partners.
Hold on one second. Lori, do you have the folder for JPR Partners?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
This is what it looked like. I mean, it was really in disarray. And it was all completed. It was done according to our conditions. And we did receive a letter from the building department requesting that we take a look at it, and if it's in order to close it out. That was from Ann Glennon, July 20th, 2017. And again, it was bulkhead repair in kind. The work was performed by Costello Marine Contractors. Yes. You know, I'm not a professional, but I know what it looked like. I have pictures in front of me. I know how it looks now. They really did an awesome job. Again, I took the as-built survey, and it's right where it's supposed to be, including the dock that you mentioned off to the west a little bit. So, having said that, I would ask that we close it out, notify the building department that we are comfortable with the, all right?
A motion to close?
I'll make a motion.
Yeah.
Have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. All right, moving to old business, Georgia Pond, dredging South Inlet.
Okay.
Do you want to open that?
Yeah, we've been working on the memorandum of the MOU. I think it's like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and up until about 6:29 this evening. And I think we're pretty much right there, right?
Well,
Close. We're very, very close. And it looks like we'll be able to schedule a meeting with the DEC sometime in August and get the plan for, you know, removing that, the sandbar on the south side of the lake.
Okay. Jim, do you want to provide any further background on that, or?
no, Bill's been going back and forth with the Georgia Association on this, and basically, we gotta play ball with them, okay? We're gonna take access through their property, and this memorandum of understanding encompasses our agreements with them to compensate them for the use of their real estate to access the property, our commitment to restore the area and not jeopardize their property while we're working down there. And I think long-term, it's gonna be a good thing. It's just a matter of trying to hammer out perception of terms, what they mean, and I think I think as of the meeting tonight, we're there.
So we could get something to the other board members before the next meeting?
I would hope we can get something together definitely for
Hopefully,
the next
we'll get
meeting.
something to be transmitted to everybody before the next meeting. We'll have an opportunity to review everything completely at the next meeting.
Okay.
And, you know, that's, the bottleneck was discussed, you know, earlier, so. It's moving forward, and, yeah, I feel that we're next meeting, we could very possibly finalize the stuff. And I think once the memorandum of understanding is established, the rest of it with the DEC and everything will fall in place.
Could someone, make sure I get emailed on the
Yeah.
draft? Because I got emails, but none of them contain the original document.
Make sure you have that, Rick, for sure.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
And then, is there anything regarding the formerly requested emergency opening?
It's all the same, they want a memorandum of understanding to access the pond, but also, the blue-green algae count in the pond is low. It's, people are telling me it's cleaner than they've seen it in years. And, you know, it's the same thing, the plovers is still there. 2 weeks ago, 3 more chicks hatched. So they have so they have 2 more weeks to run before they become official birds.
So in all likelihood, are we gonna continue to wanna do an emergency opening in the next 20 days? Or can we just pull the application and it's a moot point this year?
I'm not sure if it's a moot point or not. The blue-green algae could spike
Yeah, it
3
could.
days from
It
now.
could, and then
Yeah.
it could go away again.
And,
So-
but once the I talked to
It's
the
an
DEC.
exercise. I
Yeah,
think
it's
we
an
should,
ex-
com-
I wanna
the
complete it.
the memorandum, we need to complete the DEC
To do it.
application for the basic dredging
And
that we've got. So
I think it's a good
And you're
process
gonna
to
use
follow
the same
through.
thing for an emergency permit, the same memorandum for an
Yeah.
emergency?
yeah, because the DEC,
We need access.
The DEC wants basically all parties in agreement. That's what this is all about,
Yeah.
Diane.
But,
Can't wait to get a look at this.
All right. Well, we'll try and get it to you before the next meeting,
Good.
so you can take a look. Okay, committee reports. Accabonac Hog
Excuse me,
Creek.
before we move off of this, I think Sarah's.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Real quick question.
could you,
Please.
Sorry, Sarah Davison with Friends of Georgia Capon. I just wanted to ask Bill, first of all, thanks for all your work on these permits. But do we have any date when the DEC is going to come to talk
No.
about the permit?
no. I talked to George Hammereth Friday afternoon. I told him it looks like we were getting very close, and I'd probably be calling him sometime this week at whatever time we have a memorandum of understanding in place. And, you know, at that time, we'll try and schedule something, you know, quickly.
Actually, right now, it looks like we should have the MOU together for the end of this week, hopefully.
Right, that would be great. So I was just trying to figure out the time frame for the DEC.
It's all tied together.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
okay.
okay.
All right.
The MOU is holding anything else. You know, the other questions they wanted, I mean, I want to complete the emergency opening application just if for nothing else to get the process down for the next time we're going to have to do it, if we decide to,
Right,
okay?
good. Okay, thanks so much.
Okay, committee reports. Accabonac Hog Creek, the no spray trial area proposal. As you may recall, Francis had some discussions with Bridget Fleming in her office regarding a plan to reduce the use of methoprene on Accabonac Harbor. And I put a call in to Ms. Fleming's office today, and the interns will be starting their training tomorrow and continue for a couple days later this week,
Yeah.
as per their office.
And Wednesday, they're going to, the vector control people are going to come out here and do an assessment of the physical, you know, what's going to be done, where it's going to be done. They're going to do a training session with, you know, there's certain procedures they have to follow, so they're going to do a training thing. I think that's going to take place around 9 o'clock on Wednesday morning,
Excellent.
and
Where's that occurring?
it's, I think everybody's gonna meet down by the Springs General Store. And, yeah, they were gonna go through their procedures, protocols. And I think they were gonna go over and select the exact areas that, you know, was going to be tested for. So,
Well, that's great. Well, hopefully we'll see a reduction
little,
during the months of
little
August and
steps.
September.
Okay, do we have anybody going down there to this? Is everybody on that
I'm
committee?
gonna be there.
You are?
I'm gonna be there,
You're there as a natural resources or a
both
trustee?
or
Both.
everything or whatever, I don't know.
Oh, 2 jobs at one time.
I'm gonna be there.
All right, well, maybe you can give us an update on
Yeah.
the progress at the next meeting.
I think Natural Resources wants to work together with the trustees on this issue.
That's great. Okay. Lionhead Beach Association, bulkhead repair, inspection report.
Yep, the application had been received, it was incomplete. I made, contacted the agent for the information I would necessary, and it has not all yet been received.
Okay.
So just table that.
We'll table this for the next
Yeah.
meeting. Thank you, Diane. Beaches, Adopt a Beach Program Agreement and Application. Tyler is not with us. He's been vanguarding this, so I think it's best if we table this one for when he is with us. Georgia Pond, Phragmites Control Applications.
Discuss with.
We have a
quite
couple of,
extensively.
yeah, we have one or two others here.
Okay, One Association Road, if you don't remember this one, my wife really likes it, should ring a bell. This is an application that did go before the ZBA a month ago. I haven't heard of a determination on this. We've received the new application or a modified application at this point where they've backed off on the excavation proposal for the Phragmites, and they've moved this to a cutting approach. But what has also been abandoned is, it appears the vegetated buffer has been abandoned as part of this new revised application. My position on this is that this is a highly maintained landscape. Okay, it's a very highly maintained lawn situation, which falls off fairly steeply to the pond. And that any permits that we issue on this property, that a buffer, a vegetated buffer, should be
Requirement.
a requirement, yeah. This is, I think the impression on the applicant is, you know, we do issue permits for just cutting on properties. Okay, a lot of those properties are fairly flat. A lot of those properties have very minimally maintained lawns or no maintenance on the lawns. This is not the case here. The history of the property is a little different, and I think my plan is to get back in touch with the applicant and advise them that we're not going to consider this without that vegetated buffer back in the mix.
Phragmites are on our property, right?
Well, yes, yes. But the vegetated buffer clearly is going to go on the
Yeah.
applicant's property.
Right.
We do not have jurisdiction there, but at the same time, I don't see any measurable improvement to our pond waters here, because right now, those Phragmites are acting as a buffer to
Yeah,
the
if we can't
waters
have
running
a
in there. So-
native vegetation buffer, let's
Yeah,
stick with the
so-
Phragmites.
Okay, so that's where I'd like to leave that. The next one, Perella, I spoke to Lori today. We're waiting on on an actual survey, not a photocopy of a survey, and not one that's been doctored. And once we get that, that should be ready for a vote.
Okay. We're waiting for the contractor to deliver the proper drawings.
Yeah.
We'll table that one. Okay, harbor management, Deepwater Wind. There has been some interesting news on Deepwater Wind recently. The proposed new cable route to the south, going along the ocean out of the bay, is really, I think, positive for our inshore commercial and recreational fisheries. So I was pleased to see their consideration of the new route, and we will be continuing discussions on that at the August 16th Harbor Management Committee meeting. And there was some interesting information shared earlier today on a decision by LIPA, where they seem to, and I'm not sure if this is official news, I think it is, that they've rejected the Deepwater proposal for the second site in the REMA, Rhode Island, Massachusetts wind energy lease area near Cox's Ledge. So that would limit Deepwater's activities right now to the first site with, I think, 15 or 16 turbines.
No, I think it's
Does-
different than that.
When you say the first site, is that the one off of Block Island?
Well, there's the Block Island site, but then there's the new Deepwater Wind South Fork Phase 1, which has been approved by LIPA, and they have a contract.
Now, where is that?
That's near Cox's Ledge. That's one we've been discussing.
Okay,
The third opportunity, the new project that's been proposed, is a second site within the Cox's Ledge wind energy area. And LIPA did not want to embrace that with a contract at
Okay.
this time.
There's a,
So-
I guess there's a meeting Wednesday with LIPA that's gonna
Yeah, LIPA was of the opinion they may have enough alternative energy resources at this time where they did not need to make a commitment at this time. I mean, clearly, there's a lot of interest in offshore wind, but right now, LIPA seems to be taking a breath. So those are two new developments, and we will be continuing the discussions on August 16th. Regarding the website, I am awaiting a quotation from John at Hampton's Web Design regarding getting more of Dr. Gobler's real-time buoy data into the site and developing a new blog site that could capture information like plover reporting a little bit easier and possibly work more closely with natural resources to capture that data. So John is trying to get me the quote by later this week, so I hope to have that to present to the board at the next meeting. Regarding roads, I spoke to Richard Hyman, and he had a question pertaining to potential private ownership of some portion of Crooked Highway near Bull Path. And Rick, I just
Yeah,
spoke
I
to him
haven't
this
seen the
afternoon.
details on this yet.
Yeah, it's near, but not exactly where we visited earlier this year with Ann Bennett. It was closer to,
Yeah, it's on the other side of Bullpath.
yes.
I
yes,
know,
it is.
I know exactly where it is.
And there was, you know, he had an inquiry, because when he visited the town records area, that he thought maybe part of it was privately owned, and. I don't know.
Well, I think the tax, see if I can go to it, the tax map is showing a parcel, a part of Crooked Highway as though it's privately owned, suggesting someone somehow has a deed to it. But you know, there is, I won't mention the owner's name, but there's a name that comes up for that tax net number. But I believe that is part of Crooked Highway. I don't know how this person, you know, is showing up in title.
Is that something we might be able to look into a little more before the next meeting?
Yes, I mean, I probably would require me to have, you know, Fidelity or someone do a, you know, go back. I'll find out what it will involve, but, I
Okay.
mean, I can't go up to Riverhead and do the title search myself, but, yeah, let me
Start to look into
find
it.
out from Fidelity
Okay.
what it will take to get a little chain of title on this.
Okay, great,
Very good.
thank you. Okay, 3 Mile Harbor, PND Hamptons at 10 3 Mile Harbor Drive.
We're still waiting for an as-built.
All right, I spoke to Lauren today.
Okay.
That's the same one that you and I were talking about before, right?
Yes.
At the office. Okay, she said that the work that was approved by the trustees in November of 2015 was done prior to issuance of permit by the trustees in 2016, and that's on this, on the survey that she gave us.
Okay.
The work was done without the trustees' permission.
All right, but that doesn't, you know, now I'm not really certain to the response, because we asked for an as-built survey shortly after they were contacted by the town, the building department, for us to close out the trustee permit. In order to do that, we need an as-built survey, not the one that you gave us dating back to 2012, but something that says 2017, so that I can compare the two. And,
I would suggest that you should speak with her, because I tried to explain it to her
Well-
today, and that's what she told me,
okay,
so.
well, I will.
Yeah.
But, I'm being a little redundant because I made it clear to her, the project is done, we need an as-built survey. She said, no problem. She sent us the same 2012. So, okay.
All right, so we'll table awaiting.
Yeah, I'll give her a
Survey.
call, but I mean, I think, that's our standard position,
Oh, absolutely.
that, we be given that. Okay, good.
Okay, thank you, Brian. And then we have 3 Mile Marina, Mr. Vanderveer.
We're waiting for an
We're waiting.
as-built
Again.
as well.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Okay, so we're up to administrative, and we have payment of the bills. Staples, $29.47, North Fork Water Supply, $47.94, Milwaukee Smith, $8,000, audit for year ended December 31st, 2016. East Hampton Marina, $339.33, Star Island Yacht Club, $371.17. And I would just like to take a minute to discuss the Milwaukee and Smith audit, because that's quite a large sum. And I spoke a little bit with Lori in the office today. That's something that, am I correct in saying that we will pay this, but we then get reimbursed for this?
If it's a specific line item in the budget,
There isn't. There's, I looked.
in our legal,
So there's something we may not get reimbursed for?
Well, we did last year. We did.
Okay,
'cause-
we did.
Yeah.
did you submit like a copy of the bill or the receipt or something to the town and they,
Yeah, you have to,
right?
Well, we should do that again.
Yeah.
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 So do we want to clarify that procedure before we approve that bill?
Well, we owe
Yeah.
the money.
Well, we can't speak
Yeah.
on behalf of the town,
Right.
but, we certainly hope that they'll, pick up
Right.
the bill
Right.
as they have in the past.
Is this included in our outside professional line or anything?
It might be.
Yeah.
Might be in there, but it was specific, like outside professional or subcontractor, one of those
Yeah.
jumped up by $8,000 or $8,500 in the last 2
Yeah.
years.
To
And it was
pay this.
specifically for this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we want to make a motion to pay these?
I would second.
Pay them all except the 8,000 until we figure out how it's gonna get paid? Or what's the best way to get it paid?
Well, it's gonna have to be paid either way, either by the town or by us. And going forward, if we are paying for it, then we may wanna get our own outside agency to do this work. I don't know,
Yeah,
but,
that's what we used to do, Brian.
I know. No,
We
I
still
know.
have an outside agent.
Okay,
Pardon
We
me?
still do.
we still
Right.
do.
We use Herzog and Little.
Yeah,
They don't do an audit. They've never done an audit. They don't do audits.
they did
Okay.
something
They do
similar that satisfied the
reconciliations.
requirements of what the financial
The town
had
is
to do.
requiring this.
I just want to see when the bill was submitted. I don't want to hold them up, but if it's only been a day or two.
I mean, we can voucher it. That's what we did in the past. Get the money back.
June 30th. It's almost a month already.
So if you voucher it,
They can get the money back,
right,
yeah.
I say we do that.
Okay,
Okay. All right, so then I think we should pay these guys. It's been a few weeks already. We get a motion to pay the bills?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. And then we have the minutes from back in April. We had tabled them at the last meeting. And, I've taken a look at them. I don't have any problem with the minutes with the changes that Diane proposed. I'd like to make a motion to get them approved. Get a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Report of the clerk. We still seem to have some issues with the kayak racks. A recent complaint that the top rack at Louse Point has collapsed. Settlers Landing also needs some help.
I stopped by, I looked at Louse Point. There's, I think, a total of 6 rails we need over there, and if you want, I can just go cut the rails and get in there and stick them in. Now, at the end of the season, I think it's gonna be a good idea to go down there and dig out into the bank a little bit for the lower rails, because what happens now is when you put the kayaks in on the bottom, you're just shoving them up in the dirt because the sand has kind of filled in underneath them
Like
a little
sand
bit.
fencing almost.
Yeah, yeah, so we may need to do a
A little
little,
maintenance.
Yeah.
do a little bit more maintenance. Or this may be reach, come up with a little bit better design for these kayak racks rather than use, and I know it's cheap and it's easy to use, split rail fence. But the deal with split rail fence is this: the posts are locust, the rails are just maple or whatever kind of hardwood. You're only gonna get a couple years out of them, especially down there.
And not just that, now the poison ivy is like
Oh, you,
really encroaching.
I kinda like the poison ivy. It's starting to get that nice fall color.
If you have to walk around them and all that to
Yeah.
get your kayak out, it's not nice.
Okay, well,
Not bad.
I kinda like poison ivy,
I'll
so
take a
I'm
look.
not gonna, it's a native plant.
Well, maybe we can go down there as part of harbor management or something, and we'll do a
Yeah.
little,
Yeah.
little
I
project.
took a look at the other side.
Who doesn't
Yeah.
get poison ivy here? I do. Well,
Do you?
oh, yeah.
I get it also.
I'm confused. Where does the Parks Department help us with these matters? Or is the onus
Well,
on
I think
us?
the
I mean,
parks.
isn't that, wait, Jim, isn't that kind of like, it's a stretch, but, you know, say Peter Van Scoyk, another elected official, having to say, oh, well, Larry, I'll take care of that, I'll sweep that ramp, you know, I'll take care of, you know, the, whatever, you know, I mean, we are part of the town system.
Okay, but I'm gonna defend the Parks Department just a little bit here, in the sense that we collect the fees on these kayak racks. And you know what, as such, we'll take the hit here. We'll go fix the kayak racks, because all in all, it's a fairly cheap repair. I think the Parks Department's got a lot to do with not so many people to do it.
Yeah. I looked at the ones at Hans Creek. It needs one post and like 3 rails.
You deal with
Yeah,
that
yeah.
yourself. I'm only doing Louse Creek, okay?
Francis said he was gonna do it, then he went to Scotland.
Yeah, okay, well, call him. It's only 1 o'clock in the morning
All
there.
right, well, we'll remind him upon his return.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I do think, just to follow up with what Brian said, in the past, we were able to utilize the services of the Parks Department for a number of years in a row, and it was generally at their convenience and when they had the
Fine.
opportunity, which is great. And like Jim said, the town's resources are kind of, they're stretched a bit in this day and age. So for us to step in and work this out, I think it's okay for us at this point, yeah.
Fine.
But-
I've
Yeah.
fixed many
Yeah.
kayak racks. I know Tony
Yeah.
personally, I know what he's up against. I'm
Yep.
sympathetic, but, you know,
Yeah.
he's gotta get some more help.
Okay. Largest clam contest. We are starting to get the preparations underway, and we usually go around and try and get some prize donations from some local businesses. So if any members can start to think about how to outreach to the community and make the event, you know, a great event, that would be appreciated. And we'll keep you posted on the progress as we get closer to the date for the clam contest. We do have some correspondence. Notice from DEC, re-temporary closure, shellfish closure in 3 Mile. I think that's already come and gone after the fireworks weekend. We have the aerial mosquito larvicide notices from Suffolk County Department of Public Works, Vector Control. And there's some new information regarding Suffolk County shellfish aquaculture lease programs in Peconic and Gardner's Bay. So that might be of interest to some of our local residents that want to get more involved in aquaculture. And that's about it at the moment.
Well, if that's it, I'd like to make a motion to close the meeting.
Okay,
A second?
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All righty, thank you very much, everyone.